16 marbles from different countries collide on a soccer field. 16 countries, only one winner. Get to know who they are. Portugal versus Colombia, USA versus Iran, Uruguay versus Japan, Mexico versus Vietnam, Argentina versus France, Indonesia versus Brazil, Grenada versus Spain, Russia versus Ecuador. Welcome to the Marble World Cup.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the arena. Ecuador takes it. 1-0 over Russia, and they advance in the round of 16 at Fubeca race. Portugal takes it. 2-0 over Colombia, and they advance at Fubeca race. Coming up next, France versus Argentina at the Marble World Cup. Takes a 2-0 victory, and they move on in the Marble World Cup. Up next in the round of 16, Mexico versus Vietnam at the Marble World Cup. Second half. Vietnam takes it. 2-1 in the second half, and they advance in the Marble World Cup. Coming up next, Brazil versus Indonesia at the Marble World Cup. Brazil takes it. 2-1 victory, and they move on in the Marble World Cup. Round of 16 coming up, Uruguay versus Japan at the Marble World Cup. Uruguay takes it. 1-0 victory, and they advance in the Marble World Cup. Get ready for a classic. Spain faces Germany in the Marble World Cup. All square. Spain and Germany are tied at 2-2, and we're heading to the second half at the Marble World Cup. Spain pulls away, 4-2 over Germany, and they move on in the Marble World Cup. High stakes coming up. United States versus Iran, battling for the final quarterfinal spot at the Marble World Cup. United States edges it. 1-0 victory, and they claim the final quarterfinal spot in the Marble World Cup. Quarterfinals are set. Ecuador takes on Spain in the Marble World Cup. Spain takes it, 2-1 over Ecuador, and they advance in the Marble World Cup. Another big matchup ahead. United States versus Portugal in the Marble World Cup. United States gets it done. 1-0 over Portugal, and they move on in the Marble World Cup. A heavyweight clash is coming up. Brazil versus France in the Marble World Cup. Control. 2-0 over France, and Brazil is through to the semifinals of the Marble World Cup. Quarterfinal action continues. Uruguay faces Vietnam in the Marble World Cup. Uruguay gets the win, 1-0 over Vietnam, and Uruguay moves on in the Marble World Cup. The semifinals are set. Brazil goes head-to-head with Spain in the Marble World Cup. The semifinals are set. Brazil goes head-to-head with Spain in the Marble World Cup. Brazil is through to the final. Now it's time for semi-final 2, United States versus Uruguay in the Marble World Cup. United States seals it. 3-1 over Uruguay, and the United States is through to the Marble World Cup final. A historic final is set. United States versus Brazil for the Marble World Cup title. Third place on the line, Uruguay versus Spain at the Marble World Cup. Uruguay claims the podium, 1-0 over Spain, and Uruguay finishes third in the Marble World Cup. It all comes down to this. United States versus Brazil in the grand final of the Marble World Cup. The final will be played in 2 halves, with a short break in between, just like in official football. Brazil leads at halftime, 3-1 over United States after the first half. Brazil and United States back on track for the final stretch. Brazil are champions, 5-3 over the United States, and Brazil lifts the Marble World Cup trophy. Brazil earned this title. Consistency, control, and composure made the difference from start to finish in the Marble World Cup.
"16 countries ready for battle, split into 4 groups, everything on the line. All of them facing one brutal, demanding track. 5 tight funnels waiting down below. Then 3 wild cyclone funnels. A punishing start gate and a towering electric elevator. Welcome to the Marble World Cup. 16 countries, 4 groups, 1 dream. They drop fast, chasing a spot in the next round. So choose your favorite nation. "16 countries enter this race, but only one will take it all. Strap in, Fubeca race is on. India and England, Spain and Belgium, Brazil and Algeria, Honduras, Ivory Coast, Mexico, Japan, Costa Rica and France, Portugal, Argentina, Germany and the United States. Group A, India, England, Spain and Belgium. Everything is set for the start. And they're off. They explode out of the gate. 2 shoot to the left, and 2 dive to the right. Early moments here. Everything's still wide open, straight into the central funnel. 1 marble breaks free. It's India. Big contact behind. Spain surges into the lead. Now they rush to the next funnel. India answers back, charging toward the elevator. Locked on the rail. India climbing the elevator, entering Sector 2 at speed, through the seesaw section. Back on the rail. Final sector now, 4 funnels to survive. India still holding the lead. Spain running second, Belgium right behind in third. England fighting hard to avoid last place. Spain jumps into the lead, now into the second to last funnel. Watch India here. India drops fast, puts the pressure on, hits the final funnel, and takes the lead. England trying to recover. And now, we're about to meet our winner. And it will be India. India crosses in first, securing a spot in the next round. Spain advances as well. England and Belgium are eliminated and bow out here. England right there, coming home last. India and Spain move on to the next phase. Let's get ready for our next group. Here we go. Spain advances and India advances. Now on to the next matchup. We're back with another group here. Group B, Portugal, Argentina, Germany, and the United States. Everything set for the start. And the gate is open. Once again, the marbles explode out, 2 to each side. straight into the cyclone funnels. The United States out front, but Portugal is looking very strong. Germany takes the lead. Look at this, an intense battle. Now into the maze section. Heading for the elevator. Portugal back in front. Portugal enters the elevator first. Germany right behind, running second. Argentina sitting in third. The United States battling not to fall behind. We're now in Sector 3 of the track, the section with 4 smaller funnels. Portugal out in front. The United States manages to recover. Right now, all 4 competitors in the same funnel. Portugal takes the lead. Second to last funnel. Argentina falls behind, and Germany is the new leader at this moment. Only 1 funnel remaining. Argentina drops. Argentina surprises at the end, secures qualification, and Germany as well, finishing in second. The United States and Portugal are eliminated from the race. It's not just about speed. You need skill on this treacherous track. Argentina and Germany did a great job and advanced to the next round. Next group, Brazil, Algeria, Honduras, and Ivory Coast. 4 teams. Only 2 will qualify. The battle is intense. They're already in the cyclone funnel. Brazil out front. Brazil drops first into the maze. Here comes Honduras. Honduras and Brazil hit the first funnel. Honduras drops, calls the elevator first. First position. Honduras enters the rail section. Honduras is the leader. Ivory Coast in second. Honduras opens a small gap. Ivory Coast closes in right on them. Ivory Coast surprises and takes the lead. Brazil running second. Now Honduras loses momentum. Honduras recovers and heads to the penultimate funnel. Remember, only 2 spots are available to advance. Brazil now in the final funnel. Brazil and Ivory Coast battling for first. Brazil advances. Brazil qualifies, and Ivory Coast as well. Honduras and Algeria are saying goodbye to the championship, our Marble World Cup. Algeria had issues and stopped on track. Bad luck for them and for the entire coaching staff. Brazil advances. Ivory Coast as well. A new group forms. A new group. Ivory Coast and Brazil. India and Spain. Next group, Mexico, Japan, Costa Rica, and France. Group D. The referee signals. And they're off. 2 marbles on each side. Into the cyclone funnels. Let's see who drops into the maze. First big battle. Heavy collisions. Here comes France. France takes the lead. Costa Rica surprises and calls the elevator first. Costa Rica takes the lead. France in second. Mexico in third. Japan right there, fighting to stay close. Close to the pack. Costa Rica leading. France charging hard. Mexico moves up into second. Now the pressure is on Mexico, right behind Costa Rica. France heads to the penultimate funnel. France takes the lead. Down they go. Costa Rica. Only 2 funnels left to the finish. Just 2. Advance to the next round. Mexico in front, dropping into the final funnel. The fight is on. Costa Rica crosses first. Costa Rica and Mexico. Mexico also qualifies. Japan and France are saying goodbye to the Marble World Cup. Precision, speed, skill. That's what it takes to advance in the World Cup. Costa Rica and Mexico. Job well done. And now, We move on to the semifinals. Ivory Coast, Brazil, India, and Spain. Time for the showdown. Only 2 will reach the grand final. The referee gives the signal. The gates are open. Ivory Coast, Brazil, India, and Spain. So far, everything tied in the cyclone funnels. Who comes out in front? Ivory Coast. Spain takes the lead. Brazil arrives strong and makes the pass. Brazil is the new leader. Calls the elevator and heads to Sector 2. Brazil increases the pace, opening a big advantage. Brazil in control. Ivory Coast running second. Dropping into the rail section as well. Brazil first, Ivory Coast second, India third. Spain at the back. Spain moves up into third. Spain nearly makes the pass. Watch out, Ivory Coast surprises. Ivory Coast takes over the lead. Brazil drops to second, Spain in third. We're now at the penultimate funnel. Only 2 advance to the grand final. Here come India and Ivory Coast. Brazil drops. Everyone drops. Brazil. Brazil is heading to the grand final. Ivory Coast also qualifies. Spain and India are eliminated from the World Cup of Marbles. Brazil advances to the grand final. Ivory Coast as well. And if your country isn't here, leave it in the comments. Maybe it's in the next competition. Next matchup, Mexico, Costa Rica, Germany, and Argentina. Only 2 reach the final. The referee signals the gates are open. 2 marbles on each side. Into the cyclone section. Central cyclone. Argentina out front. Contact. Argentina leading. Almost stops there. Germany. Here comes Germany. Calls the elevator and heads to Sector 2. Into the rail section. Germany charging. Germany pushing hard. Costa Rica now running second. Argentina through the rail section. Germany leads. Costa Rica second. A spot in the grand final on the line. Only 2 will qualify. Mexico charges up front and takes the lead. Argentina in second. Costa Rica drops as well. Argentina drops. Mexico wins the race and secures qualification. The final spot goes to Argentina. Argentina and Mexico in the final. Germany and Costa Rica are eliminated from the Marble World Cup. Costa Rica drops now. It's all decided. We have our 4 finalists. And here they are. Brazil and Ivory Coast. Mexico and Argentina. Welcome to the grand final. The golden trophy on the line. Who wins this Marble World Cup? Drop your pick in the comments. 4 competitors. Only 1 will be champion. Everything's set, and we're underway. Brazil, Argentina, Mexico, and Ivory Coast. All chasing the world title. Into the central funnel. Contact. This fight is massive. Brazil drops. Mexico comes out first. Mexico calls the elevator. Up they go. Ivory Coast in second. This is the grand final. Only 1 gets closer to that golden trophy. A huge battle in the funnel. Mexico still leading. And the fight for second. Brazil versus Ivory Coast. Brazil gets the better run. Brazil into second. Mexico holds the lead. Argentina arrives. Brazil stays up front. At the penultimate funnel, so close now to the end of the championship. Who's taking the crown? Tell us in the comments. Penultimate funnel, 4 competitors fighting for the title. Look at that. Ivory Coast comes through first. Now who takes second? The battle is on. Into the final funnel. Argentina grabs second. Mexico takes third. And Brazil finishes in fourth. Congratulations to Ivory Coast. Precision, skill, and pure hunger to win. Ivory Coast, the champions of the Fubeca Race Marble World Cup. Let's check the podium. Ivory Coast in first. Mexico takes third. And Argentina holds second on the podium. Hope you enjoyed it. Thanks for watching. And remember, leave a comment if your country isn't here. See you next time. Get ready because we're bringing back a viral classic. This marble race has already racked up over 6.4 million views right here on YouTube. And now it's time for the remastered edition. More intense, more thrilling, more epic. We've got a breathtaking track with 6 funnels, electric elevators, and 16 countries going head to head. It's the knockout stage, round of 16, and anything can happen. The original video link is in the description, but this version is next level. Let's go! And here's the knockout bracket. 16 nations, but only one will climb all the way to the top. Each victory moves a country forward in this thrilling road to the grand final. Let the battles begin. And here we go, USA versus China. The gate opens and the marbles are off. Team USA dives ahead first, racing into Sector 1 of the track. This section has 2 alternate paths. The one with the thumbs up is faster, but the one with the thumbs down is shorter and trickier. Whoa, both teams pick the slower route. They're heading into the alternate funnel instead. USA takes the lead again. Here comes China right behind them. USA reaches the blue funnel. It's a slower one. China closes in and makes contact. USA holds firm and defends its lead. Both marbles drop into another blue funnel in the tangled noodle sector. China takes the lead, but USA counters with a quick drop and retakes the advantage in Sector 2. China hits the labyrinth dive hard and blasts into the lead. It's a wild fight with multiple collisions all over the track. USA pulls ahead again, regaining control. Both teams now riding the electric stair elevator. They drop into the Sector 3 funnel. Incredible move. China overtakes and wins it. USA is just a step behind. China advances in the bracket and now waits for the winner of France versus Japan. Next up, Philippines versus Spain. The gate drops and the marbles are rolling. Spain takes the early lead. All marbles drop into funnel 1 in Sector 1. The tension rises. Philippines dives down the faster route. Spain chooses the slower path. Bold move. Philippines leads into the blue funnel. They slow down a bit, but still make it through. Collision inside the blue funnel, but Philippines holds strong and pushes ahead. Spain drops and makes contact again. What a move. Incredible overtake from Spain. But the Philippines bounce back and surge into Sector 2. Philippines grabs the lead again. Spain dives into the labyrinth, but it's not enough. Philippines exits the maze quickly and hits the elevator in the final sector. Spain reaches the elevator too, trying to stay in it. Philippines lands in the final funnel. And there it is, a smooth and dominant victory for the Philippines. Spain settles for second. What a start to the tournament. We've already seen surprise wins, bold strategies, and intense funnel battles. Philippines moves on in the bracket and now waits for the winner between Belgium and Chile. Brazil versus Portugal, a clash between brothers, but only one will advance. Green lights, the marbles launch into battle. Portugal leads early, but Brazil is close behind. Brazil dives through the faster path. What a move. Portugal takes the slower route. This will be tough. Brazil has already reached the blue funnel and stays in control. This is a strong showing by Brazil. They're already in Sector 2. Can they keep the momentum? Let us know what you think in the comments. Portugal drops in. Portugal shows off some skill and takes the lead. Oh no, Brazil is still stuck on the seesaw. Finally, Brazil drops and both head into the labyrinth dive. Unbelievable from Brazil. They pass through the elevator first, but Portugal answers immediately and takes the lead again. What a race! Into Sector 3, and it's a victory for Portugal. That might be the best race yet. Amazing tactics, turnarounds, and a wild finish. What did you think? Let us know in the comments. Up next, France versus Japan. Who will take this one? Place your bets in the comments. The gate drops and the marbles are off. Japan makes a slick move but chooses the slower path. France exits the funnel through the faster route and overtakes. Using the shorter path, brilliant timing from France. Japan enters the blue funnel and gives a solid bump. France drops into another slow blue funnel. These blue funnels in the windmill sector are tricky and slow. Every second counts here. France moves through the labyrinth sector. Japan dives in with power and takes the lead with authority. But France counters and gets to the elevator first. What a battle! Who's taking control now? Final funnel in Sector 3. Both teams are neck and neck, and it's Japan with the win. France rolls in just behind. What a tournament so far. Big surprises, bold overtakes, and neck-to-neck finishes. Who's your favorite so far? Let us know. Next matchup, Nigeria versus India. Here we go. India takes the early lead, but Nigeria charges forward and chooses the wrong path. India falls behind, but now has the better route and could come back. This race has been a wild ride. Early speed, tactical choices, and now it's neck and neck. India has struggled to convert leads into wins, while Nigeria shows surprising agility today. What a battle. India drops into the labyrinth of Sector 2, but here comes Nigeria. Nigeria takes the lead through the maze. They reach the elevator first. If you're enjoying this match, hit that like button and stay subscribed. India arrives at the elevator, but Nigeria's already ahead. Nigeria conquers the final funnel. What a performance. Victory for Nigeria. India finishes second. Nigeria advances in the bracket and will face the winner of Argentina versus Indonesia. Belgium versus Chile. Who are you rooting for? Only 3 spots left to fill in the semifinals. And we're off. The marbles roll fast and furious. They hit the first funnel. Belgium in front, but on the slower path. Chile dives through the faster route and gains ground. Child takes the lead. What a turnaround. Belgium touches down and gives a bump. It's getting tight now. This has been one of the most thrilling tournaments so far. We've seen tactical brilliance, shocking upsets, and intense head-to-heads. Every nation giving their all in this knockout race. Who will rise next? Both marbles drop into the Sector 2 labyrinth with power. Belgium bursts ahead. Chile stumbles slightly, but they're not out of it. Chile closes in and shows serious speed. And Chile overtakes. What a move. But Belgium strikes back at the elevator. Incredible! Both enter Sector 3 for the final push. Belgium secures the win and books a place in the semifinals. Chile fought hard, but just couldn't keep up. The intensity grows with every round. Belgium's consistency and clutch performances are earning praise. Only 2 races left. Who's making your semifinal predictions? Let's hear it, fans. Mexico versus Canada. Buckle up, folks. Go, go, go! The marbles are off. Canada takes the lead early, racing down with determination. What a close-up view. I love seeing the marbles like this. Mexico fights back and takes the lead. Canada cuts through the shorter path. Smart move. All marbles meet at the slow, tricky blue funnel. It's a full house. Tickets sold out for this heated battle. The fans are going wild. Mexico makes a slick overtake and drops into the next funnel. But wait, Canada answers back and leads into Sector 3. Canada descends with confidence and owns the next segment of track. Mexico slows down, struggling with the seesaw obstacle. Now Mexico drops, but Canada has already built a huge lead. Canada climbs the elevator with no pressure at all. Mexico reaches it, but they're 7 steps behind. Canada qualifies easily, total dominance. This was a statement from Canada. From the sharp cornering to seizing every advantage, they played it like pros. Mexico showed flashes, but couldn't keep up in the technical sectors. The crowd loved it. What a way to wrap the quarters. Argentina versus Indonesia closes out the quarterfinals. Only 8 nations will remain. This is getting intense. The marbles roll and the last semifinal spot is up for grabs. Sector 1 reached. It's a tight race side by side. Argentina dives first, but maybe chose poorly. Indonesia follows the same path, so it's all square again. This race is part of a remix of a viral video with over 6.4 million views. It's been watched around the world, and now it's even better with more nations, action, and epic marble showdowns. Now at the slow blue funnel, it's a fierce battle for a spot in the semis. They drop into the next blue funnel, still neck and neck. Argentina makes a clean drop and takes the lead. Indonesia feels the heat and loses momentum. Argentina pulls ahead and hits the elevator. They're almost there. Indonesia struggles, seems to lose steam. Argentina reaches the final funnel. Victory is near. Argentina wins it. From start to finish, they dominated this run. Indonesia still on the elevator, way behind. And now Indonesia finishes. Let's break it down. The 8 semifinalists are fast, tactical, and bold. Canada and Belgium showed control. Nigeria surprised with rhythm. Japan, Portugal, Mexico, Philippines, and now Argentina all bring something special. This is shaping up to be a legendary final stretch. China versus Japan. Let the Asian showdown begin. Only elite teams remain in this semifinal. China shows power and surges ahead on the fast path. Japan also dives into the fast lane, and it's tight already. Japan reaches the blue funnel first and flexes its strength. The pressure is on China now. They drop into another blue funnel. This battle is fierce and worthy of a semi-final. Japan takes the lead in Sector 2. This is where races are won. Whoa, big collision on the seesaw. Now they're heading into the labyrinth for the final showdown. China charges down and finds the best shortcut. We're in for a nail-biter finish. Japan is close but under threat now. China conquers the final funnel. They're inches away from the final. Japan drops in, and it's a furious finish. China is the first finalist of the tournament. What a breathtaking race. What a battle. China's late push and smart pathing in the labyrinth sealed it. Japan was relentless, but the margins were razor thin. This semifinal delivered everything. Speed, drama, and pure marble madness. Philippines versus Belgium. Who will join China in the final? The gate drops and the marbles are off. They collide in Sector 1. First funnel coming up. Philippines breaks through first on the better path. Belgium follows closely. Same track, same goal. It's do or die now. Both teams have shown brilliance to reach this point. The energy is electric and the pressure is on. Every spin matters. Philippines reaches the second blue funnel and Belgium joins. It's tight again. Belgium dives into Sector 2 and powers ahead with confidence. Philippines hits the plunge but struggles to keep up. Belgium is too fast. Belgium rides the elevator, one step closer to the grand final. Belgium enters Sector 3 while Philippines only now hits the elevator. Wow, Philippines nearly made contact at the final funnel, but Belgium holds on. Philippines arrives just moments too late. What a battle! Belgium had the pace, precision, and nerve to stay ahead. The Philippines fought hard, but couldn't close the gap in time. Belgium is officially headed to the grand final, alongside powerhouse China. Canada versus Portugal. Buckle up, this one's for a spot in the final. The gate rises and the marbles race down the track. They hit Sector 1 and face the alternate paths funnel. Canada chooses the slower route while Portugal surges ahead. Canada is losing ground fast, but wait, the tricky blue funnel traps Portugal. Canada descends, and here comes the clash. I love these slow funnels. Canada takes the lead and charges into Sector 2. Whoa, Portugal drops fast and overtakes again. This labyrinth is the heart of the race, packed with tension and strategy. Canada emerges first and heads for the elevator. It's a fierce battle in Sector 3, the final ticket to the championship. Canada seals the win and moves on to the grand final. Portugal gave it their all, but determination won the day. Portugal finishes the race, but it's too late. That was intense. From path strategy to funnel duels, this match had everything. And now, only one spot remains to complete the final showdown. Here we go, Argentina versus Nigeria, one last ticket to the final. Argentina has impressed throughout this tournament in clean lines, bold strategies, and no fear in the funnels. But Nigeria has been relentless, powerful, fast, and laser focused. Only one can advance. Argentina makes its move at the blue funnel. Nigeria holds the lead and enters the second slow funnel, keeping things under control. Nigeria pushes forward into Sector 2. They're flying. Collision on the seesaw. Both marbles plunge into the tricky labyrinth. It's a nail-biter. One of these two will punch their ticket to the final. Nigeria stays strong and leads up the elevator. Argentina climbs too. We're heading for a showdown in the final sector. But it's Nigeria. Start to finish, they dominate and secure their place in the championship. Argentina gave it all, but just not enough. And now the stage is set. Get ready for the most intense final ever, Weeto. 4 marbles racing head to head. Who will be crowned champion? Let's find out. Nigeria, Belgium, Canada, and China. Get ready. This race will be unforgettable. The gate drops and the marbles roll into action. They all converge at the Sector 1 funnel. Canada drops first. Belgium drops too, but from the better lane. Nigeria follows close in second. Canada and China took the wrong line, but these blue funnels can flip everything. Belgium now takes the lead. Fans are on their feet chanting for their nations. Belgium breaks away and advances to Sector 2. Triple battle in the blue funnel while Belgium races ahead. They want that trophy. Wow, Belgium is tearing through the labyrinth. Everyone else is stuck in that blue funnel traffic jam. Finally, they drop down. Belgium climbs the elevator. The chasing pack is still behind. Canada closes the gap but might be too late. Belgium enters Sector 3 and grabs hold of the title. Canada tries one last move. Wow, Canada touches Belgium but can't take the lead. Belgium is champion. China sneaks in and passes Canada. And Nigeria too. Canada gave them space and lost the podium completely. What an ending. Belgium was near perfect. Great lane choices, funnel speed, and no hesitation through the labyrinth. China showed late brilliance, using that blue funnel chaos to surge ahead. Nigeria was consistent, always close, and capitalized when it mattered. And Canada, fast start, brave moves. But that one mistake at the final funnel opened the door to disaster. This tournament had it all: speed, drama, comebacks, and surprises. What a season! Let's hear it for our podium. Belgium on top of the world. What a dominant run from start to finish. China takes second with incredible timing and strategy. They never gave up. Nigeria rounds out the podium after a consistent and powerful performance. What a championship, fans! Let us know in the comments, what moment did you love the most? Don't go anywhere. More epic marble races await on the end screen. "16 marbles, 16 nations, ready for a wild ride on this insane track."
To the Fubeca Marble Runs Arena. Today we have a challenging track for our competitors.
Funnels of every size, 2 electric elevators, and pure marble adrenaline. Every twist, every spiral, every drop, precision and chaos all at once. The crowd is roaring, the marbles are set, and the tension is electric. All eyes on the board. 16 countries lined up for the knockout bracket. The stage is set. This is the world-friendly cup here on Fubeca Race. A stunning top view of the board. The round of 16 is ready with the golden trophy at the center. On the left side, it's the United States against Japan. What a clash to start things off. Next up, Nigeria takes on Ecuador. Pure speed from both sides. England versus Croatia, a battle of precision and power. Closing the left side, France faces Spain. 2 marble giants collide. On the right side, Portugal against Germany, a technical showdown. Russia versus Argentina, strength meets strategy. Italy against Belgium, and finally Mexico versus Brazil. What a bracket! And now, the full board view. Look at this setup. Fubeca Race keeps evolving, bigger, faster, and louder every season. Check out those sponsor banners on the stands. Yes, your brand can be here too. Email us at fubecarous@gmail.com and be part of the next races. We open to the full track. So many banners ready for new sponsors. This arena is made for big names and big moments. Here comes the first showdown. United States versus Japan. The board is set. Let the Fubeca Race begin. They're lined up in total focus on the start line. And they roll! The race is on. Pure emotion in the arena. They enter the labyrinth section. Tight turns and crazy zigzags ahead. The US goes into the white funnel first, the biggest one of the race. Japan takes the other path and dives into the second funnel. What a start! The United States drops first into the next funnel, taking the lead again. Japan slows down, but comes back strong. Japan takes the lead and becomes the first to reach the electric wheel elevator. A mixed section ahead, pure tension in the crowd. Japan climbs the spiral electric elevator while the United States falls behind but tries to recover. Still plenty of track to go, with 3 huge funnels that could change everything. No gap anymore. They fight side by side through the final triple funnel section. The United States passes and retakes the lead. Japan slows down in the funnel. What a battle! The crowd goes wild in the final stretch, and the United States wins, securing a spot in the quarterfinals. Japan still trapped in the funnel. What a race! Pure drama and excitement here at Fubeca Race. Japan moves slowly down the track. Finally, Japan reaches the finish line. What a race! Follow the behind-the-scenes action on Instagram. Over 158,000 fans already cheering for Fubeca Race every week. Join us at Fubeca Race. The United States advances on the board, move by hand, waiting for their quarterfinal opponent. The board reveals the next clash, Mexico versus Brazil. The crowd is ready. And there they go. The marbles roll again. Pure excitement on the Fubeca racetrack. Wow, the marbles collided and stopped on the track. Looks like we have a track marshal intervention. Let's wait for the official decision. Here's the replay. Oh, both marbles got completely stuck.
Get ready for the restart. Brazil versus
Restart. That's the decision, and it seems fair. It's an elimination round. Only one advances from this battle. The marbles roll again. Restart activated. Collisions are always intense in this first module. Brazil enters the big funnel first. What a move! Mexico tries to make contact but misses. Then dives hard into the second funnel side by side with Brazil. Mexico pushes inside the funnel, makes the touch, and takes the lead. Now Mexico leads the race heading to the electric elevator. Mexico runs clean through Sector 2 on the rails, while Brazil stays behind trying to catch up. Here come the spiral elevators. Mexico advances toward the triple funnel section. Brazil returns with speed and makes the contact. Brazil takes the lead. Mexico fights back in the next funnel. They're body to body again in an incredible battle. Intense fight now in the last funnel. The crowd is going absolutely crazy. It's Brazil. What a finish. What a race here at Fubeca Race. An amazing run from both teams. Brazil's timing and precision secured this victory in style. Let's recap. Mexico started strong, led the elevator, but Brazil's comeback through the funnels was pure determination. A thrilling match, classic Fubeca race drama.
And we're off. France versus Spain in the round of 16.
France versus Spain, a true European battle on the board. Start. They roll down fast. 2 marbles, but only one will advance to the quarterfinals. Spain takes the lead and conquers the white funnel, while France comes in strong from the other side. Spain keeps the momentum and dives into funnel 2, full control. Now it's side by side, Spain and France in a tight duel. Spain climbs the elevator, smooth and steady. Spain races along the rail section, perfect balance. Up the spiral elevator, and here comes France closing in for a head-to-head fight. Three final funnels, and only one spot for the quarterfinals. France leads the way. Spain makes contact and takes the lead. Only one funnel left for the qualification. Wow! France drops fast and the battle explodes. My goodness! France decides it. They advance to the quarterfinals. What a finish! What a race, my friends. Pure intensity, pure drama at Fubeca Race. What are you all thinking about these matchups? I'm loving every second of this championship so far.
And we're off. Germany versus Portugal in the round of 16.
Germany versus Portugal, the last battle for a quarterfinal spot. Everything's ready, total focus on the start line. And they roll, massive energy from the crowd. Here we go. Huge collision in the first module. Portugal breaks through and takes the first funnel. Germany reacts fast and dives into the funnel right after. Portugal moves into funnel 2. What a rhythm. Don't forget to follow Fubeca Race on Instagram, @Fubeca Race, for exclusive clips, replays, and behind-the-scenes action. Germany fights hard and climbs the electric elevator. Germany rides the rails in Sector 2. Smooth precision. Portugal closes in. They're side by side in the next funnel. Both marbles drop together. Only 2 funnels left to decide the winner. Portugal dives into the final funnel. My goodness, what a showdown. And Portugal takes it. They're moving on to the quarterfinals. What a performance. Speed, control, and heart all the way. If your country isn't in this championship, let me know in the comments. We might include it in future Fubeca races.
And we're off. Nigeria versus Ecuador in the round of 16.
Nigeria versus Ecuador. Everything ready for the next battle. Start triggered, and the marbles go down fast. Wow, sequential collisions right off the start. This one's going to be wild. Ecuador slides skillfully through the big funnel and heads into funnel 2. Oh god, what a master move from Nigeria, arriving and passing without hesitation. Ecuador keeps the pressure but falls behind again. Nigeria looking strong, but this final stretch has been a headache for many competitors. Ecuador moves through the rails and onto the spiral elevator. Ecuador tries to make contact, but Nigeria already dropped. Nigeria versus Ecuador, a true clash of giants. Nigeria enters the last funnel, with full focus for the finish. Ecuador drops into the penultimate funnel, trying one last move. Nigeria secures the qualification. What an incredible race. Tell us in the comments, who are you cheering for, and which country should join the next Fubeca race? And slowly, Ecuador reaches the finish line. What a brave effort! Nigeria advances, and their next opponent will be a real challenge, the United States.
And we're off. Belgium versus Italy in the round of 16.
Belgium versus Italy, another high-stakes battle ahead. Everything's ready for the start, and start! The marbles roll with hunger. This one's for a spot in the quarterfinals. Look at that banner on the stands. Yes, your brand can also be part of Fubeca Race. Email fubecarisugmail.com and advertise in future races. We're in funnel 2 now. The battle is on. Belgium reaches the elevator first. Italy follows with a clean, precise entry. No time wasted. So tight so far, neither team gives an inch. Now it gets real. 3 final funnels will decide the winner. Wow, they're literally side by side, glued together on the drop. Italy takes the lead. Momentum swings again. Oh my goodness, what a race! Belgium takes the win and advances to the quarterfinals.
Celebrates a stunning victory here today.
Breakdown. Belgium's early elevator edge at 11:32, composure through the triple funnels, and a perfectly timed final drop outpaced Italy right at the end. Croatia versus England, racing to fill the second to last quarterfinal spot.
Croatia versus England. The battle begins now.
The marbles roll. This feels like a grand final atmosphere. Oh my goodness, total chaos on the track. I don't know about you fans, but I love this level of competition. Track marshals have been called in. We'll wait for their decision. Here's the replay. Those collisions were brutal. The marbles need to stay sharp through these impacts.
And it's official. The referees decide on
Restart. That's the official call. No penalties. And honestly, I think the marshals got it right, but I'd love to hear your thoughts down in the comments. Both marbles conquer the big funnel together. Incredible timing. England takes the lead, but not for long. Croatia makes the move and takes the lead instead. What a turnaround! Croatia advances into the final sector, the triple funnel zone. Here comes England with speed, closing the gap fast. England passes and takes the lead at the most critical moment. Oh my goodness, my heart's racing. These funnels are pure tension. Wow, this is the decisive moment of the race. England wins the race. What a finish, my friends. Absolutely thrilling. That was an unbelievable battle. Croatia pushed hard, but England's timing through the funnels made the difference. A smart, patient run from England, waiting for the right moment to strike. Croatia was fantastic in pace and control, but small details at the end decided everything. What a duel, what a story, this is Fubeca race at its finest. Tell us in the comments, did you expect this result, and who do you think will be the next to reach the semifinals? Russia versus Argentina, and the start is on, the marbles roll down fast. Wow, what just happened here? It looks like Russia fell off the track. Oh my goodness. It went far off the course. The cameras finally found it. But how did that even happen?
Match interrupted. Referees are analyzing what happened.
They're reviewing the footage. This looks serious. Let's check the slow motion replay. Oh my goodness, that looked like a dirty move from Argentina. What do you think, fans? This could mean disqualification, and we'll have to wait for the final decision. Argentina deserved that one. Sorry, but wow. Insane, another restart has been called. And they roll again, this time it's for real. Clean descent ahead. Wow, the battle is hot. Sequential collisions everywhere. The marbles enter funnel 1, and Argentina makes a clean overtake. That's how racing should be, clean and fair competition. Russia falls behind, losing speed on the descent. Things are tight now, both marbles together in the same funnel. Penultimate funnel, both drop in at the same time. Wow, what a battle! This will be decided in the final second. Argentina wins and advances to the quarterfinals. What a race, fans! Pure chaos, drama, and redemption. This is why we love Fubeca Race. Argentina advances and will face Portugal in the quarterfinals. The quarterfinals are set. Only 8 giant marbles remain, fighting for the Fubeca Race trophy. Let the quarterfinals begin. United States versus Nigeria. What a clash. Massive collision right off the start. Chaos in the first module. Nigeria leads into funnel 2. Follow all the action on Instagram, Fubeca, for exclusive behind the scenes and replays. United States retakes the lead, full speed ahead. United States enters the final sector. Nigeria struggles behind and loses precious seconds. But these funnels are tricky. Nigeria comes back strong and takes the lead. United States recovers again. We're neck and neck heading into the final funnel. Oh my goodness, another decision in the final funnel. What a track, what a battle. Nigeria wins and advances to the semifinals. The United States says goodbye to the tournament here.
Won the competition and advanced to the next stage of the Fubeca Race Championship.
Nigeria becomes the first semifinalist of the tournament. What a powerful run.
Belgium versus Brazil. A spot.
Belgium versus Brazil. Who will join the semifinals? Are you ready? Go, go, the race is on. And remember, your brand can be part of this excitement too. Email fubeca@ugmail.com and advertise during our next events. First funnel, all marbles rolling in together. Funnel 2, side by side, neck and neck. Brazil drops and takes the wheel elevator first. Incredible precision and control. Let's take a quick look back at how these quarterfinals were built. A bracket full of drama, collisions, and pure marble mastery. From the group stages to the last turn, each country earned its place through skill and timing, and now only the best of the best remain. Nigeria, Argentina, Portugal, Brazil, Belgium, England, France, and Croatia. 8 nations, one dream, the Fubeca Race Trophy. Brazil takes the lead in the final funnel, but Belgium is right there, marking every move. Wow, so close. Belgium almost made contact and could have changed everything, but Brazil holds on and advances to the semifinals. Belgium finishes the race, but it's too late. Brazil advances. The crowd is going wild with joy. What a moment for the Brazilian fans here at Fubeca Race.
France versus England, qualifying for the next stage of the championship.
England versus France. This one's for a semi-final spot. Go! The marbles roll down. Collision is inevitable at this stage. England drops first into the funnel, and France follows right behind. England leads and moves into the next funnel, totally determined to win this one. Quick reminder, fans, new races every Saturday. Subscribe now for exclusive content and behind-the-scenes videos. We'll also post this race without narration or sound effects for those who love to hear the pure sound of the marbles rolling. England takes the lead and enters the final funnel sector. France arrives and shows it's still in this race, not giving up at all. Don't forget to join our YouTube community polls and help decide the next races you want to see. France enters the last funnel. This is it. Who's going to win? Wow, that was close. England drops into the final funnel too. Incredible, what a finish. England wins and advances to the semi-finals. What an amazing race, fans. Drop your comments. We love hearing your reactions. Now it's time for the last semi-final spot. Will it be Argentina or Portugal? England, Nigeria, and Brazil are already through. Fasten your seatbelts. Let's race, marbles. This one decides who goes to the semifinals. Wow, what a view of the track. Absolutely stunning. Tight race in funnel 1, neck and neck. Argentina leads through funnel 2, showing strength and precision. Argentina takes the wheel elevator first. Portugal climbs the elevator right behind, trying not to lose sight of Argentina. Every second counts now. Oh my goodness, Argentina gets stuck on the elevator, but wait, Portugal might be able to help. Whew, that's exactly what happened. Portugal gives the push, but Argentina loses precious time. What a crazy race. Everything happens here at Fubeca Race. Argentina stays ahead despite all the setbacks. Pure resilience. Wow, what a beautiful dance between these marbles. So smooth. Argentina drops first, followed closely by Portugal into the final funnel. It's all or nothing now. Oh my goodness, Portugal takes the win and secures the last semi-final spot. What heartbreak for Argentina after that elevator delay. Let's break down how this incredible semifinal lineup came together. 4 nations that survived chaos, collisions, and pure marble madness. From early dominance to comeback stories, these semifinalists have shown precision, speed, and heart all the way. Your semifinalists are Nigeria, Brazil, England, and Portugal, each chasing the Fubeca race trophy in style. And we're off. Nigeria versus England, a fierce battle for the first spot in the grand final. Remember, your brand can be here too. Sponsor Fubeca Race and appear in our next events. Email fubecarisugmail.com to join. England takes the lead and secures Funnel 2. Nigeria arrives to the party as well. It's getting intense. Nigeria climbs the wheel elevator and moves to the rail sector. Now reaching the spiral elevator, momentum keeps building on this electric semi-final. A fierce fight in the final section of the track. Support the channel, join our membership community. We've got exclusive lives and extra videos just for you. Nigeria makes contact and takes the lead. One final funnel to go. England drops right behind. The race will be decided in the tiniest details. Wow, England takes it and becomes the first finalist of our championship. Don't miss the grand finale. Follow Jeff Fubecaris on Instagram for behind the scenes. Visit fubecaris.com for full rankings and subscribe on YouTube for both English and Portuguese channels. See you in the next race. This is Fubeca Race. Portugal versus Brazil, a battle between brothers. I love both of these countries, but only one can reach the final. Start authorized. This is it. Only one will move on. Battle in the first funnel. This race is heating up fast. Now both enter funnel 2 side by side. Portugal takes the lead through the rail sector. Smooth and fast. Brazil follows closely. The final funnel fight is coming. Brazil catches up. Only 3 funnels remain. Brazil makes the pass and takes the lead. What a turnaround. Portugal and Brazil together in the penultimate funnel. Portugal drops first into the last one. Brazil drops right after. Here we go, this decides it. Brazil, it's yours. You're going to the final. What an incredible performance. Portugal fought bravely till the end. What an incredible championship so far. Our grand finalists, England and Brazil, have shown pure precision, passion, and control on every turn. 2 nations, 1 dream, to lift the Fubeca Race Trophy. Now it's time for the battle for 3rd place. This still means a photo on the podium. It matters. Nigeria versus Portugal. And they're off, rolling with skill and confidence.
Before we move to the final showdown, we remind all fans in the stands, please keep the area.
Beautiful shot of the big funnel. I just love this view.
Energy makes this championship unforgettable.
Portugal takes the lead now.
The arena and for each team. And now, get ready for the grand final.
They're dancing through funnel 2. Pure rhythm.
The clash for the ultimate glory begins.
Nigeria climbs first to the wheel elevator. Moving fast through the rail sector. Portugal shortens the distance. This battle isn't over yet. And Portugal makes contact. It's funnel 3 now. What an engaging fight between these 2 marbles. Portugal moves ahead, calm and confident. Portugal avoids contact, keeps control, and drops into the last funnel. Perfect racecraft from start to finish. Portugal wins the bronze, a flawless performance and a well-deserved place on the podium.
They won and secured third place.
Now it's the grand final. Grab your popcorn and hold your breath. This showdown between these two nations is going to be epic. I absolutely love this track design. It looks stunning, and those country marbles are pure charm. Get ready, tension is in the air. And we're off. Strong collisions right from the start. And no surprise, this is the final. Congratulations to both for making it this far. Total respect. England defines the lead and takes funnel 2. They drop fast and show strength. Both teams have been incredibly efficient all tournament long, handling pressure, mastering funnels, and proving why they deserve this stage. Brazil takes the lead and moves into Sector 2. England right behind, breathing down the track. Brazil conquers the final funnel sector, and that's where everything can change. We've seen legendary comebacks right there. Brazil versus England. What a grand finale, my friends. England passes and leads through the penultimate funnel. Brazil drops right behind. They're neck and neck again. Wow, oh my goodness. Brazil takes the lead again, and this is unbelievable. England pushes forward. It's down to the tiniest detail now. Incredible. England wins and takes the Fubeca race trophy home. Brazil was a true warrior. What a heart, what a performance. Honestly, both deserve the trophy for their passion and commitment. I absolutely loved this. What an epic tournament. Comment below if you enjoyed it too. The crowd packed the stadium, and even the VIP zone couldn't hold everyone. Now it's official. England is the grand champion and the star of this season's race. A well-deserved victory, full of respect and glory.
England! A round of applause for an incredible performance. Brazil takes second place.
They take home that beautiful golden trophy.
And in third place,
And here's the podium. Third place, Portugal second place, Brazil first place. England!
unforgettable moments.
What a season, what emotions, what a crowd. Tell us in the comments which moment was your favorite and who you'll be cheering for next season. Don't miss our latest video on the end card. And remember, new races every Saturday here on Fubeca Race. Thank you all, marble fans around the world. Follow me, Fubeca, on Instagram. Visit nofubecaris.com and keep rolling with us. This is Fubeca Race.
Hello and welcome to the Freak Marbles Championship here at Fubeca's Marble Runs. I'm Jeremiah and I'll be providing live commentary for this event. We have 25 Freak Marbles competing in today's races, which you can buy at your local store. Try to collect them all. And if you need more information, go to the links down in the description. We have our first group of marbles coming up on the screen here, each with their respective stats on the right side of your screen. And the bottom marble of each round in this video will be eliminated and not make it on to the next round. Here are all the contestants of today's video, each freak marble. And be sure to pick a favorite and watch them as we go along through this season. First off, we have Swift Claws, Ghost, Shadow, Piggly, and Sneaky. And we are off. Who comes out first? It's Piggly by quite a large margin through these traffic cones. And here comes Ghost. And Ghost takes first place. Can Piggly take it back through these hairpins? I am not sure. Piggly having a little bit of trouble on these traffic cones. Ghost trying to run away with it through the tunnel. And through more traffic cones, here comes Swift Claws trying to put some pressure on Piggly, but we only have a couple more turns to go. Can Swift Claws take second place here? No, they get caught up on one of those traffic cones, and Piggly is trying to stay away. Ghost, though, so far ahead. He's just bypassing most of these traffic cones, and I think he's going to be the winner of this first round. And there goes Ghost in first place. Piggly coming in at second. Swiftclaw in third. Sneaky comes out in fourth. And Shadow will be in fifth and will be eliminated from this tournament. Next up, we have the second round of this qualifying. We have B-Bug, Godsey, Peapod, Flamefighter, and Fury. You can see each marble comes with their own little body that you can stick the marble into to make them all more lively. As we take a look at all the individual stats for each of these marbles, you can see we have weight, size, defense, attack, and health stats. Each one of these stats helps them in a different way in these races. And we are off with qualifying 2. Who comes out first? It's Flamefighter being followed by Godsey and Peapod as we go through these traffic cones once again. Peapod now comes out in the lead and is extending it by quite a bit. Flamefighter falling down a little bit here, but there he goes, trying to take the lead back, and he is able to. Here comes Fury now, trying to pressure Flamefighter. As we go through these traffic cones once again, Peapod takes second place once again. And there goes Fury into third place over Godsey. Peapod trying to catch up to Flamefighter. We only have one more turn to go. Can Peapod take the lead in this final turn? It's not looking like it. Flamefighter straight through the S-curves with no problem, and Flamefighter will be the champion of the second qualifying. Peapod coming in at second, and Godsey in third place. Fury coming in at fourth, the last qualifying spot of this group. B-Bug, unfortunately, getting eliminated from this event. Next up, we have Sentinel, Monster Eye, Tuffy, Night Watchman, and Babybug. Here's Babybug. It's also cool because you can see all the different little costumes for each one of these marbles in these stats. So you can pick out your favorite or just root for the marble that you currently have in your collection. Tuffy looking very tough here. Can he take the win in this round? We're about to find out. And it is Night Watchman who comes out first, but Tuffy comes out to the lead already early in this race. Night Watchman trying to come up from behind, but Monster Eye is putting some pressure on him as we go through this next hairpin. Can Sentinel come out into third? Yes, he does. Now Night Watchman is stuck on the track, and Night Watchman will DNF. And that's a good sigh of relief for the rest of these marbles, because they get guaranteed advancement. Now it's all for bragging rights. Who can come out first in this group? Obviously, it will be Tuffy, so far ahead of the rest of these marbles. Into the final spot, and Tuffy comes out with the win. Probably 10 seconds ahead of second place, who is Monster Eye. who comes out next? Baby Bug and then Sentinel. So Night Watchman will be eliminated along with B-Bug and Shadow. We have 2 more marbles to eliminate in 2 more rounds. Which ones will it be? In the next group, we have Golem, a gold robot-type marble, Jelly Eye, a very large-eyed alien. And then we have Johnny the Bull, and that pretty much sums it up very well. And Calaverita. Of course, we also have Martian, with 3 eyes and 2 teeth. And we are off through the traffic cones, and who comes out first? It's Martian, being followed by Golem and Jelly Eye through these traffic cones that almost act like a Plinko section. And it is Martian who's still able to secure his lead here. Golem trying to catch up, but it's very difficult to catch up when a marble gets a very large lead on this track. Here comes Johnny the Bull, though, charging his way up, trying to catch up to Martian. Can his brute force be enough to take the lead here in this race? So close to Martian, who seems to be using his alien abilities to get just enough ahead of Johnny the Bull. But there goes Johnny the Bull here, and Johnny takes the lead in the final turn. Can he keep it through this final section? Yes, Johnny the Bull comes in at first. Martian loses out in the final turn. Calaverita in third, Jelly Eye in fourth, and Golem DNFing. And he will be eliminated from this tournament. Now for the final qualifying, 5 more marbles left to go, and only 4 will make it to the next video. We have Mimi, which looks like a blue cat. We have Ali, another alien. Let's see if this alien can do better than the last alien in the last group. Next up we have Botbox and Frosty. And last but not least, Lara, a spider with some cute eyes. In the final race of the day, and we're off through the traffic cones. Who comes out in the lead through this first turn? It's Mimi with all her cute powers coming out to the max here. Here comes Botbox, though. He takes the lead through the second turn, but Mimi comes out with a large lead here. Can she hold it for the rest of this race? Here comes Lara, and she takes the lead. We go through these next couple of turns. Ali in third place. Can Mimi take the lead from Lara? Through the hairpins, it's Lara who's still in the lead. Mimi trying to come up, but she loses out to Ali here, who now is putting her sights on Lara. Through the final turn, can Ali take the lead? Yes, he does. Here comes Mimi, though, but no, Mimi will not be able to get into first place. Ali comes out with first, Mimi in second, Frosty in third, but we had a large jam here. Lara was the last marble and the farthest away from the finish line, so she will be eliminated from this tournament. Hello and welcome back to the Freak Marbles Championship here at Fubeca's Marble Runs. I'm Jeremiah, providing commentary once again for this event. Today we have the semifinals with the remaining 20 marbles that have made it from the previous video. In the first group, we have Swift Claws, we have Sneaky. You can see their stats over on the right side. We have Flame Fighter up next, and then we have Fantissima, and of course, our final one of this group, Higley. Here is the bracket system for this event. We have each quarterfinal, and then 2 marbles from each quarterfinal will make it to the semifinal. And the top 2 marbles from each semifinal will make it to the final match. And we are off. It is Fantissima coming out first, but who's that in the lead now? It's Swiftclaw being followed by Sneaky, but look at that lead that Swiftclaw's made already in these first couple of turns. Sneaky coming in at second, Higley in third, Flame Fighter and Phantasma having a hard time there in the back of the pack. And Flame Fighter is stuck. He will DNF in this quarterfinal. But Swift Claws, Swift through these final couple of turns. And He is not being threatened by any other marble. Easily taking the win in this first quarterfinal. Sneaky coming in at second, Piggly in third, and Flame Fighter will be eliminated. Unfortunately, being stuck on the track. So the top 4 will make it to the first quarterfinal. Next up, we have Group 2. We have Fury, Godzi, Peapod, Monsterai, and Tuffy. And the second group is about to start, and we are off. Who comes out first this time? It is Peapod. Godzi coming in at second, Fury in third as we go through these first couple of turns. Peapod trying to extend his lead like we saw with Swiftclaw in the previous race. But Peapod isn't able to make such a lead like in the previous race. Actually, he loses it there to Fury, who comes out in the lead. Through these traffic cones, and Fury is stuck on the track, but she is able to get going again. Getting pushed by a couple other marbles, and now it's Godzi in the lead. Peapod, Fury, and Tuffy out there in second through fourth. And where is Monsterai? I'm not sure if he's DNF'd, but Godzi will come in first. Fury in second, and Tuffy barely taking out third over Peapod at the last second. Monsterai will be eliminated from this tournament. Next up, we have Group 3. We have Jelly-Eye. Looks to be a relative of Monsterai. Calaverita. Babybug. Sentinel. And Martian. Can Jelly-Eye do better than Monsterai in the previous race? We're about to find out right now. He's in second place trying to overtake Sentinel, but he's struggling fighting with Martian and Babybug. Sentinel making a lead for himself early in this race, like we saw Swiftclaw in the first race, but Jelly-Eye and Martian are now getting close behind, threatening for the lead here, but no, Sentinel's still able to hold the lead. But there he goes, getting stuck, and Sentinel will DNF. And now it's Calaverita, and now Jelly-Eye in the lead. Unfortunate for Sentinel. As we go through these final couple of turns, Jelly-Eye redeeming the Family Eye name, and he will win this match. Calaverita coming in at second, Martian in third. And will Babybug finish? Yes, she does not DNF. And that's all she needed to do to qualify to the quarterfinals. Next up, Group 4. In the competitors for Group 4, we have Allie, Botbox, Johnny the Bull, Frosty, and Mimi. Final match of the group stage, and we are off. It's Johnny the Bull who comes out first, but here comes Botbox, and he takes lead through the first turn. Through the Plinko cones they go. Botbox still able to hold the lead. Frosty, though, coming up close behind, pressuring for that first place. And while winning is important in these group stages, it's not as important as staying out of last place, and Owlie is doing a terrible job at that. He's going to DNF. And that's a guaranteed advancement for the rest of these marbles. But Botbox still wants to win this race. But there goes Frosty into the lead. Johnny the Bull close behind as well. And Mimi is in there in fourth place. And there goes Mimi over Johnny the Bull for fourth. Bot Box will be the winner of this match. Who comes in second? It's Johnny the Bull, Mimi, and Frosty coming in at third and fourth. And Allie will be eliminated. So now all the competitors for each quarterfinal have been determined, and it is ready for the final video where we'll have all quarterfinals. Hello and welcome to the final day of the Freak Marbles Championship here at Fubeca's Marble Runs. I'm Jeremiah, providing commentary once again. We have 16 marbles remaining, and only one will be crowned champion at the end of this event. And we have 4 quarterfinals, which will go down to 2 semifinals and then the final. And in the first quarterfinal, we have these 4 marbles on your screen right now. Here is the bracket system for the final day of the Freak Marbles Championship. You can see each quarterfinal, 2 from each will go up to the semifinals, and then 2 from each of those will go to the final. Now for the first quarterfinal, we have Swiftclaw, Phantasma, Piggly, and Sneaky. And we are off Phantasma coming out in the lead. And all these marbles are just trying to stay in the top 2 spots. Piggly takes the lead into the 4th corner. Phantasma having some trouble through these cones, and there goes Swiftclaw in the 2nd place. Piggly almost getting stuck right there. We have seen marbles get stuck on those cones before in previous videos. All these marbles seem to be able to get out of there quick though. Piggly able to hold the lead. Swiftclaw securely in 2nd, and Sneaky and Phantasma looks like they're not going to be able to qualify. Piggly in 1st, Swiftclaw in 2nd, and that's all we needed to know. Sneaky and Phantasma will be eliminated from this event. Swiftclaw and Piggly into semifinal A. Now time for quarterfinal B. We have Fury, Godsey, Peapod, Tuffy, all in this 2nd quarterfinal. Only 2 will make it to the semifinals. And right now, it's Fury in the lead, being followed by Godsey. Tuffy and Peapod are close behind though, and there goes Peapod, or not Peapod, that's Tuffy, up there in the 2nd place. Godsey has a major mess up there, and there goes Peapod from last to 1st. Fighting with Fury and Tuffy for that lead position. There goes Tuffy into 1st place. And Fury almost getting stuck on that cone. She's able to dislodge herself, and now Peapod has retaken the lead. Only one more hairpin turn. Can Peapod hold it for the rest of the race? It's looking like it. Here comes Godsey. He breaks away from the other 2 marbles, and that will secure his advancement along with Peapod, and that will eliminate Fury and Tuffy. So Piggly and Swiftclaws will go up against Peapod and Godsey in semifinal A. Now it's time for quarterfinal C. We have Jelly Eye, Calvarita, Baby Bug, and Martian. And we are off. It's Baby Bug who comes out to the lead. Can any of these other marbles take it in these first couple of turns? It's not looking like it. Maybe Martian here, trying to put some pressure on Baby Bug, but he has a hard time there. Loses some speed, but so does Baby Bug. And now they're neck and neck once again. Calabrita and Jelly Eye trying to keep up, and there is the move by Martian in the 1st place. And now Baby Bug has to stay in 2nd or higher if she wants to advance. But there's Calabrita, and he DNFs. So now Jelly Eye only has one marble to pass in order to qualify. And Martian so far ahead, no doubt he'll qualify. And Baby Bug is quite a bit ahead of Jelly Eye, and she will advance as well. Jelly Eye and Calaverita will be eliminated from this tournament. Calaverita getting DNF'd. Unfortunate. Next up, we have quarterfinal D with 4 marbles, and each will get their own time here in a second, with each of their stats on the right side. First up, we have Botbox, Johnny the Bull, Frosty, and Mimi. And we are off for the final quarterfinal of this event. Mimi comes out with a lot of speed through these first couple of turns. Johnny the Bull in second, but he has a major stall there on one of those cones, and that allows Frosty to take second place. Through the cones they go. Mimi already through the tunnel, and Johnny the Bull and Frosty battling for second place, and Mimi is stuck on the cone like we've seen before. Will she get dislodged? Yes, by Johnny the Bull. And now her lead is gone. Johnny the Bull so close behind. Can he take first place here in these final couple of turns? Even if Johnny the Bull does take first place, Mimi will still qualify because Frosty and Botbox are so far behind. Mimi takes it back at the last second. Johnny the Bull in second place. Those 2 marbles will qualify to the semifinals, and Frosty and Botbox will be eliminated. So Baby Bug and Martian will go up against Mimi and Johnny the Bull in semifinal B. Now it's time for the first semifinal of this event. Swiftclaw, Godsey, Peapod, and Piggly, and we are off. It is Peapod who comes out the lead first. Godsey in second. Look at that lead by Peapod already. So early in this race. And there goes Swiftclaw in second place. Peapod now almost losing out there to Piggly, who's in second place. These cones are very difficult for some of these marbles to maneuver around. It really stops your speed. And Piggly is stuck on the track, but she is able to get out, but not at the cost. Swiftclaw will come out and DNF. So now Godsey really feels the pressure to pass Piggly here if he wants to qualify. Peapod, though, so far ahead. And Peapod will for sure qualify. But who will come in at second? Here comes Piggly, and Piggly will come in at second. So Peapod and Piggly will advance to the final round of this tournament. Godsey and Swiftclaw will DNF. Who will go against Peapod and Piggly out of the final 4 marbles in this second semifinal? And we're off. Mimi, Johnny the Bull, Martian, and Baby Bug. It is Johnny the Martian who comes out first. Johnny the Bull fighting with Baby Bug, but there is a good move by Johnny the Bull on the right side, and he takes the lead there, and now is gaining a small lead because Baby Bug and Martian had a little bit of trouble on some of these cones. And where is Mimi? She's so far behind, if not DNF'd. She's not even on the screen. Baby Bug has now taken the lead. And who's this? Martian has DNF'd as well, which means Johnny the Bull and Baby Bug guaranteed will advance to the final round of this tournament. This is the first time we've had 2 DNFs in one race here at the Freak Marbles Championship. Who'll come in first, though? It will be Johnny the Bull. Baby Bug in second, and she's happy with that. Martian DNF'd on one cone, and Mimi DNF'd on another. It is now time for the final round of the Freak Marbles Championship. Peapod, Piggly, Johnny the Bull, and Baby Bug, who come out on top and be the champion of this tournament. And the final round has started. It's Baby Bug who comes out in the lead. Johnny Bull in second. Peapod trying to take second from Johnny the Bull, and he is able to, but Baby Bug is letting them fight and just getting as far away from them as possible. Piggly in last place, having a hard time staying with the rest of the pack. Peapod and Johnny the Bull still fighting there for second place. Baby Bug running away with it at this point. Can Johnny the Bull make the difference here? No, he gets stuck up on those cones. And Baby Bug still has a significant lead here. We may have a full sweep for this final round. Can Baby Bug make it to the end? Here comes Peapod. Can he take the lead here? Do the final couple of turns. There goes Baby Bug, and Baby Bug will be the champion of the Freak Marbles Championship here on Fubeca's Marble Runs. Johnny the Bull getting the silver, Piggly with the bronze, and Peapod DNFing right before the finish line. An unfortunate finish for Peapod. But still, he did get 4th place and is able to say that he was in the finals of the Freak Marbles Championship. Congratulations to our podium sitters. Baby Bug coming in first, Johnny the Bull in second, and Piggly in 3rd place. Don't forget to like and subscribe, purchase Freak Marbles at your local store so you can collect and trade. And we'll see you in the next Fubeca's Marble Runs. are here in Qatar for our version of the World Cup. Hey everybody, I'm Jeremiah. Welcome back to Fubeca's Marble Runs. We have all 32 countries competing in this year's World Cup held in Qatar. All competing in this tournament. And we'll have 2 countries per video, all accumulating points. And that will predict which countries will advance to the next round of the World Cup. Today we have Qatar versus Ecuador, competing in 2 races to try to get as many points as possible. Here are all 32 countries competing in the World Cup. Of course, we will have our own versions with all of these countries as well, all in their separate groups. Now it is time to start the Fubeca World Cup. We have Qatar versus Ecuador. The first round, here we go through the Plinko, and it is Qatar who comes out to the early lead into this funnel. Who can come out first through this funnel and get into the stairs first? It will be Ecuador, who is 1 stair ahead of Qatar. As we go up, let's see if Qatar can catch back up. The hosts of the 2022 World Cup already falling a little bit short in this race, but they still have a lot of time to make up some ground. Ecuador now has entered the first yellow funnel. These yellow funnels a little bit larger, but the incline is a little bit sharper, which means the marbles go through them a little bit quicker than some of the orange funnels. Even though the orange funnels are smaller, the incline is a lot more gradual, which causes the marbles to go around a lot more times than they do in these larger yellow funnels. And Ecuador is stuck on the track. They have lost their lead. Qatar right up behind them now into the blue funnel. They're neck and neck. One more funnel after this. Qatar goes into the right funnel, and Ecuador goes into the left. Who will exit first? It will be Qatar, and they'll get the first point of the day. And Ecuador will come out pointless with this first group. Now it's time for the second round between these 2 teams. And this is the last chance for Ecuador to gain any points. Qatar coming out to lead early, but here comes Ecuador. But they are getting pushed aside by Qatar, who's the first one to enter the stairs this time. And they're actually 2 stairs ahead of Ecuador this time, instead of being 1 behind in the last heat. Can Ecuador catch back up? They just hope and pray that Qatar will get stuck on the track like they did in the last group, the last round. Into the yellow funnels they go. Ecuador still a little bit behind. Qatar's the first one to leave the first yellow funnel. Ecuador coming in about a couple seconds behind Qatar. They still can make it. If Qatar does some mistake, even if they don't, if Ecuador just does an amazing job, they will be able to catch up. But Qatar already up there in the blue funnel, and here comes Ecuador. A large hit from Ecuador. And now they're neck and neck in this blue funnel. Let's see who exits the last funnel first. Qatar in the last funnel, but here comes Ecuador as well. They're neck and neck. Qatar barely ahead of Ecuador. And let's see who can come out first. It's Ecuador. And Ecuador will get the second point of this match. So both teams will have won. England versus Iran. Here we go. Iran, the more colorful one. England, the more blue tinted one. We go into this orange funnel. Who will come out first? Looks like England will be the first one to enter these stairs. Iran quite a few stairs behind. 2 stairs behind England as we go up the stairs. Let's see if England can keep the lead or if Iran can make a comeback. Up the second stairs they go. No movement yet. But as we get into the second sector of this course, that's where things really start to happen. Here we go into the yellow funnels they go, and it is England still in the lead. Iran trying to catch up if they can make some contact to England. That will push them off course and possibly allow Iran to catch up and possibly even overtake for the lead. As we enter the second yellow funnel, England still exiting the funnel first. Iran is having some trouble now as England goes into the blue funnel. Iran, though, trying to come up and catch here. If they can make a contact like that right there, they will even the playing field. Now England and Iran neck and neck. England's one to exit first, and they both go into the same funnel. It will be a race to the line. Who will exit the funnel first? And it will be England who will exit first. They actually get stuck underneath the funnel, but still are able to finish in first, causing Iran to push them across the line. England will get the first point. Now it's time for race 2. This time it's Iran off to lead into the orange funnel. Of course, England trying to make a contact like they do right there, and a sly overtake by England up to the stairs. And again, they are 2 stairs ahead of Iran. Out of the stairs into the second stairs, and England is going to be, looks like 3 stairs ahead of Iran this time. Iran is having a very hard time in this tournament, and England might be able to take both points from this match. Go into the yellow funnel. Looks like England is going to be able to exit first. Iran, though, catching up a little bit. England is able to exit the funnel first. Iran trying to just make a contact with England, like they did in this upcoming funnel in the last race. They may be able to. Here goes England into the blue funnel, and here comes Iran. This is where it gets interesting, but no contact, but there's one right there, and Iran now in the lead as they go into the last funnel. England has some catching up to do, but they come in hard hit from England, and they overtake the lead with confidence. England will get 2 points, a full smash out from England. Iran with 0 points. It'll be tough for them to advance after this event. Senegal in the green, the Netherlands in the yellow, and we are going with the first match. To the orange funnel they go, and is Senegal in the lead. Will Netherlands be able to overtake? No, they won't through that orange funnel, and they're 1 step behind Senegal. Let's see if they're able to gain any ground. Clearly missing out on getting on the same step. Sometimes these marbles can get on the same step, and actually the marble who's in the back will be the one who will get into the step, and the other one will be pushed down to the bottom, just because of how those stairs work. And is Senegal still in the lead? The Netherlands are trying to catch up. They're getting pretty neck and neck now. And the Netherlands are able to overtake through that yellow funnel, and Senegal very close behind. Let's see if they can catch up and overtake for the lead through this second yellow funnel. No, they won't. The Netherlands are still in the lead, going in up into this blue funnel. Here comes Senegal as well. Will they make a contact? Yes, they do, and they give a little bit of momentum to the Netherlands, and they're able to exit the funnel first. The Netherlands are running out of time to be able to overtake the Senegal, about to exit their funnel, and they do. Senegal will get the first point of this match. Netherlands will not. Netherlands still can't get 1 point in the second match. And Senegal is now racing for 2 points, which will definitely help them with advancement to the next round of the World Cup. And there's a hit from the Netherlands there, and they overtake for the lead this time up into the stairs. And Senegal is 2 stairs behind the Netherlands. Up into the second stairs. Has the Netherlands gained any more ground? No, they haven't. Senegal is still solidly 2 steps behind. Up into the yellow funnel they go. Let's see if Senegal can make any passes and overtake for the lead in these yellow funnels. They can get 2 points. Let's see if they want it bad enough. As we go into the second yellow funnel, the Netherlands quite a ways ahead. Senegal is not able to do any contacts there. And the Netherlands will be the first one to enter the blue funnel. Senegal just now exiting the yellow funnel. We'll see if they can make a contact too. Yes, they do. But the Netherlands, quick exit there. They get out of trouble fast. And now they're going to try to exit this yellow funnel before Senegal can catch up to them. And they do. So it'll be a tied game. Netherlands will get 1 point. Senegal will get 1 point. That'll help them both. And track, so Argentina will have the first goal of this match. Now it's time for the second half of this match. Netherlands still can come and overtake Argentina for the win, and the one advancement spot that these two teams are fighting for as we go into the blue slalom again. This time it is the Netherlands who is in lead. Argentina's having a harder time catching up. They do have one marble down there in second. But now Argentina has a marble stuck on the slalom, just like the Netherlands had in the last match. Almost having another one there. Way too close for comfort for Argentina. And all three Netherlands marbles are now in the green slalom, about to try to make some scores. There's one miss for Netherlands. There's a score for Netherlands. Let's see if the Netherlands can make another score. If they do, it will be tied up. There's a miss for Argentina. And here comes the Netherlands, and they hit the goal post, and they aren't able to make it. They aren't in the goal. And what